It's a beautiful night for baseball. And live from AT&T Park in San Francisco, Sportsnet LA presents the Los Angeles Dodgers and the San Francisco Giants in the first of a 4-game series. Hi again, everybody. Charlie Steiner, Oral Hershiser. It's come down to this. 7 games left in the regular season. The Dodger lead over the Giants is 6. This is the first of a 4-game series. The magic number is 2. All the Dodgers have to do is win 1. For the Giants, there's a sense of desperation. For the Dodgers, a sense of anticipation. And there's little doubt there's going to be electricity in the ballpark tonight.
Definitely electricity. The passion of the Dodgers, I think, will rise up. It's almost like they played in Colorado getting swept. Like, don't shoot until you see the whites of their eyes. You talk about your opponent. There's no scoreboard watching now. And at this sellout crowd, I think this energy is something the Dodgers need to get that W.
Zach Greinke in search of his 19th win of the year. If he wins tonight, it further solidifies his credentials as Cy Young Award winner.
Yeah, we've seen great stuff from him all year. The slider, the changeup, the fastball location. He has been absolutely immaculate, and I still believe he is ahead of Jake Arrieta. But when you take a look at Zach Greinke, you have to remember he's had about 10 days off because of the sore left calf. But he's rested, he's on turn, and he's looking forward to tonight, and I think this could really polish off the competition with Arrieta. You take a look at the numbers between these two, they're balanced except for the victories. But remember when Zach was going for 6 and 7, he had almost had a 10-start run where the Dodgers didn't support him. I think he's the front runner for the Cy Young, but he can solidify that even more tonight.
The Dodgers try to do something tonight they have never done in their 125-year history. Go to the postseason 3 consecutive years. When we come back, Alana Rizzo will join us. The Dodgers have made some history here in San Francisco. She'll look back on it when we come back.
They have finally done it. The National League Western Title Division winners, the Los Angeles Dodgers. It is gone. Makes the leaping catch. Madison swings and drives it to left. It is gone. They have given the Dodgers 3 slices of humble pie over the last few years. She is away out and gone. Zach's record here is 7-0 in his career against the Giants. 15 strikeouts for Clayton Kershaw to tie his all-time high, and what a time to do it.
A rivalry that dates back 125 years. Once upon a time, the Giants were known as the Gothams and the Dodgers were known as the Bridegrooms. And 125 years later, the Dodgers are trying to do something tonight they have never done before, and that is to go to the postseason 3 consecutive years. But they come limping into San Francisco, having lost 7 of their last 9, 8 of their last 12. Only 7 games remain in the regular season and a 6-game lead over the Giants. Here is the lineup Don Mattingly has put together for tonight. Carl Crawford leading off in left, and Corey Seager, who has been the Dodgers' hottest hitter this month, hitting .338, batting second. Gonzalez back in the lineup. The back is still an issue, but not to keep him out of the game. Turner in the cleanup spot, Ethier in right, Utley at second base. Yasmani Grandal is catching, Jock Peterson at center hitting 8th, Zach Greinke pitching and batting 9th. Greinke in search of his 19th win of the year, and they'll be facing Jake Peavy, the 34-year-old right-hander making but his 18th start of the year for San Francisco.
Was on the DL with a back issue, but this veteran has been hot of late. Since the back has gotten healthy, he has been outstanding. He's won the Cy Young, of course, back in 2007. Always been a competitor. Never mind the fact that he has his back against the wall like the Giants and his team. He relishes that opportunity.
Peavy, of course, as Orioles said, the Cy Young Award winner in 2007. Zach Greinke going for the Dodgers tonight, the Cy Young Award winner in 2009. Crawford steps in, and away we go. Crawford at 274. Takes a strike, and we're underway. It'll be Crawford, Seager, and Gonzalez here in the top half of the first. The Dodgers 6-9 against San Francisco this year, 0-6 here at AT&T Park. Peavy quickly ahead, 0-2.
The Dodgers are looking for a spark. They were really lackadaisical in Colorado. Don Mattingly admitting that in his pregame scrum with the media. And what we saw from the booth and what the fans saw at home, it wasn't a good effort by the Dodgers, and they want to clean up a lot of the mistakes that they made in Colorado.
Dodgers at 87-68, San Francisco 81-74. There was a period of time about 6 weeks ago when the Dodgers had but a 1.5 game lead on the Giants. They would go on a 9-3 spurt. The Giants would go 3-9, and that basically to this point is how the West has been won. To shortstop where Brandon Crawford picks it up. So it's Crawford at shortstop for the Giants. Duffy at third base, a legitimate Rookie of the Year candidate. Kelby Tomlinson at second base. Buster Posey at first with Trevor Brown behind the plate. Jarrett Parker's had quite a week in left. Angel Pagan in center. Marlon Byrd is in right. Now here's Corey Seager. In his first big league month, .338 with 3 home runs and 13 runs batted in. He's been on base at least once in every one of his 19 starts. The only Dodger rookie to break out of the box faster than Seager in Dodger history. Junior Gilliam, 24 straight games, first 24 out of the box back in 1953. So Seager in exclusive company, taking a strike, and it's 0-2.
If he gets to start a large number of the games to finish the season, he could pass Junior if he can keep this up.
Gilliam's number 19, of course, retired. Peavy, who has won his last 3 starts And an ERA of 1.42 in those three starts. As Oral mentioned, back from the bad back.
His last 6 starts has not gotten a loss. 2 no decisions and 4 wins.
And over the course of his career, primarily in San Diego, he has made life miserable for the Dodgers. 28 career starts, 14-3. Gonzalez, speaking of bad backs, he is on deck. 0-2, just underway, 63 degrees. Seager takes outside.
And Jake Peavy was dealing with the bad back. As we take a look at the flags there, they're blowing out. They've been blowing in 3 different directions tonight. The only direction I haven't seen them blow is towards the right field line. Right now, a little gust out towards right field.
On 1-2 to Seager. 2 out and nobody on.
Cut fastball down and in that got Corey. Breaks late. When we're talking about Peavy's back, I'll tell you what, you feel like half a man when you're out there. You can pitch with a bad back, but you can't pitch very long because all of a sudden you're just using your arm and you get a flat tire real early.
Now Gonzalez with the bad back. 275 with 28 home runs, 88 runs batted in. And Turner is on deck. Inside and low, 1 ball and no strikes.
With Adrian, it seemed like it was a cranky back, not so bad that he couldn't play, but they wanted to get it completely healed up for this stretch run and then hopefully the playoffs.
And playing in that mile-high altitude is not an ideal place to get well. So he and the Dodgers wanted him as healthy as possible in this 4-game series with the Giants. Two balls and a strike to Gonzalez. So it's Greinke tonight, Kershaw tomorrow.
Just take a look at the swing here, Charlie. Just wanted to see the extension because he was fooled on that. If you have a bad back, it's not going to feel real good.
Right to Buster Posey. Had a good first inning for Jake Peavy. Now it'll be Zach Greinke's turn. His 31st appearance of the year in search of his 19th win. We'll be back for that after this. Season and hope the Dodgers lose out. From the Dodger point of view, they just have to win one up here and then they can advance to the postseason. Here's a lineup Bochy's put together with Pagan and Parker and Duffy. Buster Posey, third leading hitter in the National League at .324. Crawford, Bird, Tomlinson at second. Trevor Brown is the catcher. Jake Peavy pitching and batting ninth. And Zach Greinke making his 31st start.
He's had quite a rest here. Remember, he got skipped in his last start because of a little sore calf. I think that's going to end up being a blessing in disguise. Was creeping up and probably will get to career highs in innings and in pitches, a number of pitches, if the Dodgers go deep into the postseason. So that little rest might be the thing that he really keeps him on track and keeps him fresh.
Pagan at 265. Now, he's not pitched in 10 days. And there are those pitchers who want to have some kind of routine, 4 days, 5 days, whatever it is. How does a 10-day rest impact on a pitcher, especially this late into the season?
Well, fortunately for Zach and the Dodgers, the calf cleared up very quickly. So he was able to continue to do his normal side works and his catch sessions, and it keeps his arm and his body and his rhythm in shape. And I really do believe over the years he has simplified his mechanics. They're very angular now, not as twisty as they were back when he won the Cy Young with Kansas City. And so because his motion is so simple and because he was able to keep a ball in his hand the whole time, I don't think it'll affect him that much.
On 0-2. First strikeout of the game for Zach Greinke as Pagan takes the call, third strike.
3 strikes, and Exhibit A on 10-day layoff didn't hurt his command or his velocity. Framed nicely by Yasmani, but 3 pitches, 3 strikes, and the last one can put you in the Hall of Fame.
And what a story Jarrett Parker has been coming up. He's got 12 hits, 6 home runs, and a double. He's 12 for 30. What a weekend he had in Oakland. Parker, first round pick about 5 years back. And he did something on Saturday only Willie Mays had done before. 1 ball and 1 strike to Jarrett Parker.
We've gotten by the first pitch, as you see Willie's 660 home run mark out there. Jarrett Parker has really dominated on the first pitch. When he puts it in play, 4 for 4, 3 home runs.
Off to the left and out of play. Parker's no spring chicken. He's 26. Second round pick back in 2010. And Bruce Bochy was talking about the performance in Oakland the other day. He said he'd never seen an offensive performance by anybody in one game like he saw from Parker. One and 2, 1 out, just underway, bottom of the first. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
After that historic game, Bruce Bochy played a trick on his bench coach, Ron Wotus. The next day, he gave him the lineup card, which is tradition, so that Ron can type it all up. And Parker's name wasn't in there. And Wotus handed it back to him and said, "Come on, are you kidding me?"
He was. 2 and 2 with Duffy on deck. Greinke has walked only 33 batters in 208 innings. So it's rare when he goes to a full count. 3 and 2. We'll do it again.
This is one of those days where Zach will be talking to his outfielders in every inning and finding out which way the wind is blowing. He used to pitch in Candlestick, and then here the elements and the field, the way it plays, changes all the time. So you want to learn to read the flags. You want to learn to read from your outfielders what they're telling you, because that will go into your pitch selection.
Greinke has won his last 7 starts against the Giants. 2-0 this year. And he has struck out the first 2 Giant hitters. Defensively behind Greinke tonight, it'll be Crawford in left, Peterson in center, Andre Ethier is in right. Justin Turner at third, Corey Seager is at shortstop. Utley and Gonzalez on the right side of the infield, and Yasmani Grandal will be catching for Zach Greinke. Now Matt Duffy, out of Long Beach State, and a legitimate Rookie of the Year candidate. He's third in the league hitting with runners in scoring position at 375. Giants were certainly apprehensive when Pablo Sandoval signed with the Red Sox. It turned out Duffy had a far better year here this year than Sandoval did in Boston. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Very athletic player. Wiry, strong. You don't see a lot of big muscles. You don't have the big chest muscles coming around. The thighs are just normal, but he just looks like a baseball player. Kind of like that guy on deck right there.
Buster Posey. Duffy leads all National League rookies with 163 hits. He's had 41 multi-hit games. And Greinke misses inside. Second in the National League among rookies at 299. Second with 74 RBIs, 75 runs scored. You get the idea. Two balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs in the first.
Jack does not look any worse for wear from the calf muscle or the extended days off. He looks locked in.
14 pitches, 9 strikes. He has struck out the first 2 batters, and it's 2-2 to Duffy. Slowly hit to short. In comes Seager. Throws him out. A 15-pitch first inning for Greinke. Retiring the Giants in order. In the second, it'll be Turner, Ethier, and Utley coming up. In 10, 12, and 14. It won't be this year. And the World Series trophy and the NBA championship trophy on display in a ceremony prior to the game. The ceremony taking place not too far from the Dodger dugout.
I thought it was a subtle reminder from the Giants of, look what we've done. You might eliminate us. Remember who we are. And if the rivalry's not deep enough, it was just a little poke in the side there, poke in the ribs before the game.
125 years isn't long enough. Justin Turner, no balls and a strike. It'll be Turner, Ethier, and Utley. And quickly, no balls and 2 strikes to Justin Turner. Career high 15 home runs and his 56 RBIs. Turner, of course, has been fighting a knee the past month or so. Outfield straight away, Parker, Pagan, and Bird. Justin Turner trying to fight through it as Dodgers are just a game away from clinching. Peavy has his second strikeout of the game, and that's the first out of the second inning.
Goes upstairs with the fastball on Justin and puts him away.
Andre Ethier stepping in. Ethier at 296, 14 home runs, 48 runs batted in. Hit his 300th double the other day in Denver. 19 doubles, 5 triples this year for Ethier. He takes inside 1 ball and no strikes.
If the Dodgers can cross the finish line and cross it soon, there'll be workload adjustments from Don Mattingly, I'm sure, and he'll have individual meetings, especially with the veterans like Andre, on how often do you want to play and what's going to go on. And then there'll be the balancing act between resting and getting healthy and being on the right course, and also then competing with the Mets for home field advantage.
The Mets finish up with Washington, and they've had their issues, and the Cincinnati Reds, while the Dodgers finish up with the Giants and this coming weekend with the Padres. So you would think that the Mets schedule is a little bit easier than the Dodgers down the stretch. Mets not playing tonight. Ethier just a 158 hitter against Peavy in his career. 2-2. First things first for the Dodgers, they need to eliminate the Giants. The Giants need to win out. They got to win just about everything. 1 loss against the Dodgers and they are done. That one is well hit to right center field. A long run for Bird and Pagan, and it's going to be off the wall. Ethier with his 301st career double.
In most ballparks, this ball is a home run. He hits it about 410 feet, almost to the deepest part of the ballpark. He absolutely crushes it, but the park angles out there with the wall, makes it deeper and deeper, and the ballpark makes it a double.
His 20th double of the season, the 301st of his career. Most doubles ever hit by a Los Angeles Dodger, Steve Garvey, 333. Willie Davis, 321. Eric Karros, 302. And now Ethier with 301. First base runner of the game, and Utley takes a strike. It's 0-1.
As the Dodgers were slumbering and getting swept in Colorado, I would say the player that looked like he had the most detail-oriented game and passion was Chase Utley. He was really leading by example on what needs to be done with this team.
He's never had a hit against Peavy. 0 for 11. Of course, didn't see him all that much playing in the East while Peavy was pitching primarily with the Padres. No balls and a strike. The Dodgers 0-6 here at AT&T Park this year have scored a total of 6 runs in those 6 games. Runners in scoring position, 1 for 32, which is an .031 batting average. So here's the first Dodger scoring opportunity with 1 out and Ethier leading off second base. Peavy pulls the string. Bonnie Grandal on deck. For Utley, this is his 30th game with the Dodgers since coming to LA. 220 with 3 home runs and 8 runs batted in. Chase Utley with 24 hits since coming to the Dodgers.
Interesting situation for Jake Peavy here. You're ahead of Utley, which is the most dangerous bat of the next 3. Yasmani Grandal has been slumping, of course, and Jock Peterson has been in a long slump where it comes to average on the year. And he'll be very careful here in a 1-2 count man at scoring position. First base open.
Grandal on deck, and then Peterson. So the rookie catcher Trevor Brown getting on the same page with the veteran Peavy. Utley 250 with runners in scoring position since coming to the Dodgers. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
If they were going to attack and really go after Chase Utley, you would not see the setup pitches prior to maybe where the one pitch they want to get him out with. But PV having the conversation with his catcher about let's do this, this, and this, and we'll get to that because he's not worried about losing it.
Trevor Brown behind the plate is making his 8th start with San Francisco. And Utley with a fly ball to right. Bird is there. Ethier's not going anywhere.
Don't make the first or third out at third base, so Andre Ethier already in scoring position. Holds on the fly ball.
And Yasmani Grandal stepping in. Grandal has struggled in the month of September. He's had a career high 16 home runs, but in September he's just 3 for 37, hitting .081. On the year, 243. Grandal, of course, went to the All-Star game, and at the break he was at 282. Pops it up. Left side. Duffy. Hitting over. So the 1-out double for Ethier. He is left stranded. Greinke will face Posey, Brandon Crawford, and Marlon Byrd in the bottom of the second.
'15 World Series championship patch to their jacket. Of course, the last World Series champion in 1988. And, of course, our own Orel Hershiser. A part of that World Series team, Zach Greinke, the pitcher on the hill tonight, has a 35 2/3 scoreless inning streak this season, on way to a great year. But nobody, perhaps, will ever break Orel Hershiser's record. 59 consecutive scoreless innings on this day 27 years ago. He broke Don Drysdale's record. And who knows, guys, if that one will ever be broken.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you, sir. I hope if it is broken that it's by a Dodger. When Zach made a run at it and Clayton made a run at it, I was rooting for both of them.
Buster Posey leading it off here in the second inning. Third leading hitter at .324, and of course, since he's come up, he has made life miserable for the Dodgers. 2 balls and no strikes. And he has fared well against Greinke. Starting at first base tonight, Brandon Crawford on deck, then Marlon Byrd. Two balls and 1 strike. think we described it in the open. The fans here in San Francisco, there's a sense of desperation. They have to win. And tomorrow, and the next day, and the day after that. Dodgers just need to win one. They can seal the deal. So you've got desperation versus anticipation. And you can feel it inside AT&T Park.
I thought it was a little embarrassing for the Dodgers in Colorado. You had a team there playing for pride, and you have another team wearing blue that was playing for a championship. And it just didn't seem like they had the buzz. And I was hoping, and I see it here tonight, that this crowd, with all the sellouts they've had, and this rivalry would raise the intensity for the Dodgers.
2-2, Greinke to Posey, getting the sign from Grandal. 3 strikeouts for Greinke in the first 4 batters he's faced.
That's a national stage tonight because Zach Greinke's in the Cy Young race. I think he's the leader, playing the Giants and the possible clinch. So a lot of writers that have votes for the Cy Young are watching this game, and Zach to this point is putting on an outstanding performance.
Of course, the asterisk in Arrieta's numbers is his no-hitter. And if, in fact, Greinke can pinch the clincher tonight, that'll be the asterisk in his. Brandon Crawford, the former Bruin, at 258. Leads the Giants with 20 home runs. And he lines a base hit into left field. Going to take the big turn and hold at first. First hit of the game for the Giants. Crawford goes the other way.
It's a well-located pitch. It's just a better swing on this one. Sometimes strength against strength, the hitter wins. Sometimes the pitcher wins. Good piece of hitting.
1 out, 1 on, and Marlon Byrd stepping in. Byrd on the year 249 with 22 home runs. And he has provided just what the Giants were looking for when they picked him up from Cincinnati. Byrd, a career 278 hitter. Seager, Utley, Gonzalez. Byrd just beats it by a step.
Corey Seager did a nice job rounding this ball off and getting himself ready to get it to Chase Utley to give him an opportunity to possible double play. Rounds it off, gives his feet in good position. A nice solid feed to Chase. You'd like it a little higher, but they had an opportunity right here. As you go through the years and you learn your second baseman pair, find out where he wants the ball. On that one, you just got to get it to as quick as possible so the runner can't take a piece of him.
So 2 out, and Kelby Tomlinson stepping in. He's had 149 at-bats with the Giants and having a solid rookie year. Into center field for a base hit past the diving Seager. So Byrd is at second, Tomlinson is at first, and here comes the rookie catcher, Trevor Brown.
One of the first misses that Zach has had today, trying to go low and away. That ball came up and down the middle of the plate. Corey Seager got a pretty good jump on it, but even if he gloves it, I'm not sure he has a chance at Tomlinson. He might have had a shot at Byrd at second.
2 on, 2 out. And another UCLA Bruin, Trevor Brown, stepping in. Out of Valencia. 6 for 22 since his call-up. No balls and a strike. Brown is making his 8th start. Came up from AAA Sacramento in the middle of the month. And in 82 games at AAA, 261. A couple of home runs, 27 runs batted in. 2 on, 2 out, no score, bottom half of the second. Outside corner, 0-2. A typically cool evening in San Francisco. No long sleeve sweatshirt for Greinke. 63 at game time. No Warrior near and on purpose.
He's trying to get him to chase. He's been pitching him away consistently. A nice block there by Yasmani Grandal with a man on second, Bird keeping him there. And a little easier to block the balls in the dirt when you anticipate them there because of the count. The ones that fool big league catchers at times are the ones that just happen to be there and you're thinking there's no way that ball should be in the dirt.
Jake Peavy, not a bad hitting pitcher on deck. The 1-2. Now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Well, you really have 2 batters to get 1 out. I know first base is not unoccupied, but when you have a pitcher on deck and you're in such a big game here, you don't want to give the Giants any kind of momentum. You've got a lot of padding. You can put them away in one of the 4 games you're going to play. But Zach Greinke, he wants to get it done tonight.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 2 on. Now Greinke wants Grandal to go through the signs yet again. Trevor Brown gets a piece and stays alive. Brown just 23, 6'2", and 185 pounds. Bird is at second. Tomlinson is at first. Into right center field. That's going to be trouble. In front of Ethier, Bird scores, and Tomlinson is right behind him. Rookie Trevor Brown with his 3rd big league double has his 4th and 5th runs batted in, and the Giants have a 2-0 lead.
It's a pretty solid pitch that he gets the hit on, but I think Zach Greinke will tell you that it's a mistake when there's a pitcher on deck and you're in such a ballpark that is hard to score runs and a big-time atmosphere. It's a routine fly ball, but it's hit right in the right place.
The electricity inside AT&T Park is palpable. Unlike in Colorado, where they just came out to watch a game. And the Giants draw first blood. The Giants this year 58 and 27 when they score first. No balls and 2 strikes to Peavy. The Dodgers, when the opposition scores first, are 24 and 47. So the Giants with a leg up. To third. Turner throws out Peavy. That does it. But the Giants come up with 2 runs, 3 hits, and leave 1. We'll go to the 3rd. San Francisco 2-0. 15 Jeep Cherokee with MPG. It's the perfect choice. Visit Jeep.com today. The Golden Gate in the Golden State, and we go to the top half of the third inning as Jock Peterson steps in against Jake Peavy. Giants with the early 2-0 lead is Trevor Brown. Doubles home 2 with 2 out in the bottom of the second off Zach Greinke. Now here's Peterson, who has really struggled. He's at 2-11. The shift is on. He takes a strike. It's 0-1. Peterson, 25 home runs, 52 runs batted in. Takes inside.
Sometimes the oddest things can lock you back in. As lost as you are, sometimes a moment like this, playing in front of this crowd and this big a game, could be something that the adrenaline in the moment actually locks him in. Instead of being just a normal regular season game where you can get lost in your thoughts and how you can't find it. The pressure and the adrenaline in the moment actually takes you to another level and you can snap out of it.
On 2-1, Peavy delivers. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 34-year-old Jake Peavy. Over the years, especially when he was with the Padres, 28 career starts against the Dodgers, 14-3. In his last 3 starts with San Francisco against the Dodgers, he's 0-1. Into left field. Parker is there, 1 out in the third.
We saw so many of those bloopers drop in Colorado because how deep the outfielders play, but not here at AT&T Park. Pretty much normal depth, and actually the outfielders a lot of times feel protected to play shallower here because the wind knocks the ball down.
Greinke to short. Second easy hop for Brandon Crawford. So Peavy is into a groove early, 2 out, and Crawford coming up. Carl bounced to short in his first at bat. Last year, the Dodgers 10-9 against San Francisco. This year, 6-9. 6-3 at Dodger Stadium. 0-6 here. Where to this point, the Dodgers have scored a grand total of 6 runs all season at AT&T Park. 0-2.
It is definitely a pitcher's park. There are a few days here where the wind blows out and right field becomes very close. If you don't hit the ball down the lines here, some kind of pull hitter, you're going to hit it have to hit it farther than almost all the other parks.
The prevailing wind here at AT&T Park is generally from right field toward left, as is the case now. On 1-2. Remember when Jeff Kent was playing second base here, he used to wear a turtleneck often because the wind was blowing in on his neck.
He is hard to hit and hard to play with a stiff neck.
AT&T Park opened for business in 2000. Peavy on 1-2. His 37th pitch is low and outside. Corey Seager on deck.
I used to love pitching at Candlestick because of the crowd and the energy and how much they hated us, and then also the wind. There was always a field that you felt like you could give up a long fly ball to that would get knocked down.
And it was always cold.
Always cold. You wanted to pitch as fast as you could to get your hitters back in the dugout, get them warm. And the grass there, they kept it pretty long, so ground balls were eaten up, and fly balls could be eaten up if you got them hit to the right field.
Dressed for the weather.
That's what made Willie Mays' 660 home runs so remarkable. Because playing in Candlestick, I don't know how many times he got robbed because of the wind.
The Say Hey Kid. Two balls, 2 strikes, and 2 out. 2-0 San Francisco. Into right center field. That's going to be a base hit. And in right field, Bird does a great job from keeping that to at least a single. Could well have been a double and perhaps a triple. Replace your divots.
Well, the AC/DC concert was here, and their outfield got torn up, and that looks like some of the grass that doesn't have a lot of roots. That was patchwork, so that's new, fresh sod. And so when he goes out there and gets this ball, he does an outstanding job running into the gap. Carl hits a shot out there, but as he goes to slide, he expects that the turf is going to be firm and the ground underneath it is firm, but it is all soft and new, and it's sod. A little slip there from the moisture on top of the bag, and Carl trying to pick up what's going on out there in right field. But the concert has caused some patchwork throughout the stadium here, around the edges, a lot in center field, and then behind shortstop.
Now Corey Seager with 2 out.
More look here at Marlin going over, and we've seen it many times. You see the patch line right there on the field. We've seen it many times where the outfielders slide, and they can slide a good 3-4 feet, and they decide with their front foot when they want to pop up, not their back knee.
3 divots on 1 play.
Replace your divots. I'll tell you what, the grounds crew needs to go out there and look at that in between innings.
Rock and roll is here to stay. Gonzalez on deck. 2-0 Giants in the 3rd. There goes Crawford. Brown's throw not nearly in time for Carl Crawford, his 10th stolen base of the year.
A tool the Dodgers have been using of late in the last month or so, using their wheels. New personnel, some older personnel that's healthy, and one of those guys is for sure Carl Crawford. We're seeing Chase Utley run the bases aggressively. Jimmy Rollins run the bases aggressively. Corey Seager has come up here and run well.
And so the Dodgers with a runner in scoring position, but that's not been their strong suit lately either. But here's Seager, a strikeout victim in his first at-bat. Two balls and 1 strike to Corey Seager.
Corey taking a veteran move right there and just cheating on a 2-0 fastball. Peavy, a veteran, playing back at him with a breaking ball in that count, showing a lot of respect for the young man. But as bad as that swing looks, it's as good as it should be, because you want to swing and miss when you don't get the pitch you want. You don't want to hit it weakly to first or pop it up. Swing and a miss, you're still in the box.
Into center field for a base hit. Seager delivers. Crawford is on his way home. So Corey Seager with his 14th run batted in. It's now 20 consecutive games that the rookie has reached base by hit or walk. He is 4 away from tying Junior Gilliam. The Dodgers are 1 away from tying the Giants. It's 2-1.
2 swings expecting a fastball. 1 swing and miss because it was a breaking ball the pitch before, but because the swing and miss, he's still there. He gets the fastball that he was looking for, 2-0, and hits it right back up the middle for that hit. That's the first run the Dodgers have scored in this ballpark since April 23rd. That's 36 innings to wait for that RBI.
And Seager delivers. Gonzalez is coming up. It's 2-1 now, San Francisco, and Gonzalez takes high and away. 1 ball and no strikes. Seager lifts his average to 342, which is the highest this month of any Dodger, by quite a bit. Gonzalez hitless in his last 13 at-bats. This is the last time the Dodgers scored a run in San Francisco. Gonzalez hit it out back on the 23rd of April. Been quite a dry spell since. Adrian hitting just .221 in September. Seager with the lead at first. 2 balls and 1 strike. It's been a while. Justin Turner is on deck. Seager has 2 stolen bases. The Dodgers had 19 stolen bases at the All-Star break. They now have 58. So they blazed a new path in the second half of the season. And the incomparable Bruce Bochy watching his Giants. Two and 2 to Adrian Gonzalez.
Adrian kind of muttering about something. I think it's because he got a hanging breaking ball and missed it. Nomar talks about so often that when you're not hitting, it's not always about the ball you put in play, but it's a ball during the count that you should have hit and you thought was the one that you should have taken care of.
2 and 2 with Seager leading off first. Third strikeout of the game for Peavy, but with 2 out, Crawford singled, stole second, and was driven in by Corey Seager. Giants 2-1 as we head to the bottom half of the third. So we go to the bottom half of the third inning. It'll be the top of the order for the Giants. Angel Pagan, Jared Parker, and Matt Duffy. Dodgers back to within one. Pagan struck out in his first at-bat and takes a call strike, 0-1. So Corey Seager delivers his 14th run batted in. 2-out single to center.
What a baptism he has gotten in. He has just come out shining. In no situation.
A leadoff single for Pagan in the third.
No situation that Seager has backed down from. Not only playing shortstop, but playing third base. Not only hitting at the bottom of the order, had now been moved up to the top of the order. It's really any challenge Don Mattingly and the Dodgers have given to him, he has accomplished with great grades.
Making his 17th start at shortstop as Jared Parker steps in. Parker struck out in his first at-bat in his 16th big league appearance. He's 26. It took a while to get here, but boy, has he opened up with both barrels. Ball strike, 0-1. In 31 at-bats, 6 home runs and a double. 12 runs batted in. Hit 3 in a game against the A's. Duffy on deck. Pagan has 11 stolen bases on the year. He's been caught 3 times. 0-2. The Giants have the highest team batting average in the National League at .269. 4th in the league in runs scored.
I mean, as much as you put an asterisk next to Colorado offense because of the ballpark they play in, you have to put an asterisk next to the Giants offense because of this ballpark they play on. It's completely opposite.
They always talk about the National League West being a pitcher's division. Well, you got Arizona, Colorado, and the Giants all in the top 4. Two balls and 2 strikes.
You know, in some ways, you know, this park lends itself to trying to hit the ball on the ground or line drives. Fly balls get eaten up. So when the Giants go on the road, their fly balls now start to leave parks, but they still have that solid swing where they've ground out and hit line drives that bring consistent hitting.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Greinke gets his man. That's the second time Parker's gone down. Don't miss your chance to be a part of postseason baseball excitement. Limited tickets to the Dodgers' potential home games for the National League Division Series and the National League Championship Series are on sale now. Visit Dodgers.com/postseason to order yours today. Dress for the Fall Classic. That's 4 strikeouts for Greinke. Duffy bounced to short in his first at-bat. 2 runs, 4 hits for the Giants. A run and 3 hits for the Dodgers. Duffy takes outside. Pagan 11 out of 14 in stolen base tries, being held on by Gonzalez. Did that hit him? Or was that a foul tip? Foul tip.
Maybe it hits the bat, but then maybe it hits some equipment to come back. Yeah, it looks hits Duffy's knee and comes back out. So no, it hit the Grundal's glove.
1 ball, 1 strike.
I could never be an umpire. It takes me multiple looks. Bat, heel of the glove,
Shin guard.
all of it.
1-1. Posey on deck. Duffy 11 home runs and 74 runs batted in.
Zach Greinke been on his game. Yes, he's given up the 2 runs, but the ball and strike ratio is very good, and the 2 spot really came from a perfectly placed routine fly ball.
So it's the Duff man at the plate. Lakewood High School. Born and raised in Long Beach, and of course played at Long Beach State. He was an 18th round pick of the Giants back in 2012. 6'2" and a wiry 170 pounds. Last year, he was the youngest player on the Giants roster in the World Series. 24 now, missing outside. 3-2.
Just a bit outside right there. Zach thought he had it. We're not always the best umpires from the mound. Our head's moving, and we're hoping it's a strike.
3-2 with 1 out. Now let's see if the runner goes. He does. Swung on a missed, strike 3. Throw to second base. And he is out at second base. Strike him out, throw him out. And a beautiful throw from Yasmani Grandal. Grandal throws out his 19th would-be base stealer by quite a margin, too. The 5 strikeouts for Greinke. No runs, 1 hit, nobody left as we head to the 4th.
That huge divot made by Marlon Byrd in the outfield could continue to be problematic for both of these clubs here tonight, and it could continue to be problematic for the Dodgers as AC/DC is playing at Dodger Stadium tonight. There you can see it being changed, Chavez Ravine being changed into a concert venue. It's the Rock or Bust World Tour held at the stadium tonight. Who knows what the outfield's going to be like when we get home, guys?
Well, they'll take the highway to hell back, won't they? Justin Turner leads it off. In the 4th, Turner a strikeout victim in his first at bat as he fouls it off to the right, and it's 0-1. So they were busy replacing the divots left behind by the knee and spikes of Marlon Byrd. Carl Crawford would single to right, and Bird limiting the damage to just a base hit. Could well have been more. Into center field and fairly deep. Pagan is there. It's plenty of room. First out of the fourth.
We've had a few balls here. You see Jake Peavy smiling, loving this ballpark as it rescues mistakes. Andre Ethier's double, probably a home run. That ball hit by Justin Turner could have been out of a lot of places.
Peavy making his 18th start. He has given up 11 home runs. Ethier doubled in his first at bat. Into the gap in right center. 2 runs, 4 hits San Francisco. A run, 3 hits to the Dodgers, and Ethier takes a strike. It's 0-1. Into short right. That's Tomlinson. Kelby Tomlinson, the rookie second baseman, making the play. Of course, Joe Panik is on the disabled list with the back. The Giants have been devastated by big injuries this year. They have managed to persevere. They're mathematically alive. By the end of the season, the Giants will have missed Hunter Pence for 110 games. Nori Aoki will have missed 69. Panik 62. Brandon Crawford missed 27. Blanco out with a concussion. It's been not a black and orange year for the Giants, a black and blue year. No balls and 2 strikes to Chase Utley. Fly to right in his first at bat. Bochy has managed to keep his Giants in as long as possible. They've won their last 2. Dodgers have lost 7 of their last 9.
Over that stretch, 1-6 with a 7.05 ERA are the starters. And remember, one start that Zach Greinke couldn't make. It has been rough going at the beginning of a game for these Dodgers, who have really played over those 9 games from behind.
And they've lost 8 of their last 12. Of course, there's no bullpen dugout here in San Francisco, so all of the players are in their respective dugouts. Utley down on strikes. 4 strikeouts for Peavy. The Dodgers go in order as we head to the bottom half of the 4th. Greinke will be facing Posey, Crawford, and Bird when we come back. Dodgers. There'll be food, music, autographs, on-stage interviews, games, and fun for the entire family, all starting at 2 o'clock. And brought to you by Coca-Cola, Time Warner Cable, and State Farm. For tickets, go to Dodgers.com/Viva. So here is Zach Greinke. Kershaw goes tomorrow. Of course, the Dodgers need to win just one of the 4 here in San Francisco to seal the deal on the 2015 season in the National League West. Greinke and Kershaw have started in 27 consecutive games, back-to-back 27 times. Posey takes outside, 1 ball, no strike. The Dodgers have won both games 10 times. They've split 15 of those 27 and lost both only twice. So those are the mathematics coming into this series as Greinke delivers 1-1 to Posey. It's Greinke tonight, Kershaw tomorrow, Molsinger on Wednesday night, and Thursday's a matinee here at AT&T, and Brett Anderson goes then. But obviously it's Kershaw and Greinke, the dynamic duo, the 1-1. Right into the glove of Utley, who was spinning like a gyroscope.
Zach Greinke, over his last 10 starts, has gotten a decision in every single one of those starts. 9-1. ERA of 2.21 in those 10 starts. Hard to believe that raised his ERA from 1.37 to 1.65.
Alex Wood, yesterday's start. Now, Brandon Crawford, you notice he has 20 home runs. Leads the Giants in that category. Unless things dramatically change, Brandon Crawford would become the first Giant shortstop to lead the team in home runs since 1905. A fellow named Bill Dolan hit 7 that year. So Crawford is in fairly exclusive company. And until today, never heard of Bill Dolan.
That must have been a pitcher's park they were playing in.
Really, talk about the dead ball era.
Yeah. 7.
Now, if memory serves, Frank Home Run Baker, the great nickname Home Run Baker, led the American League in the year that they nicknamed him Home Run with 12. Three balls and no strikes to Crawford with Bird on deck. 3-1.
Modern day, you have that many in a month. You have guys that'll have 12, 15, 17 in a month.
Jarrett Parker's got 6 in 16 games. Crawford at 258. Takes a walk, the first one given up by Greinke tonight with 1 out in the 4th. Now Marlon Byrd. Got aboard on a force out in the 2nd inning. And after Tomlinson, who's on deck, singled, Trevor Brown, the rookie catcher out of UCLA, would double home the 2 Giant runs. Corey Seager in the 3rd, a 2-out single to center, would plate Crawford. And now Seager starts the 6-4-3 double play. That ends that. When we come back for the 5th, the bottom 3rd of the order for the Dodgers, Grandal, Peterson, and Greinke coming up against Jake Peavy. Just a little bit of history over the last 125 years. Dodgers came into the National League in 1890. They were then known as the Bridegrooms. They went on to become the Suburbas and the Trolley Dodgers and the Dodgers, Brooklyn, Los Angeles. The Giants came into being a few years before the advent of the National League, and they were known as the Gothams. And then the New York Giants and the San Francisco Giants, they moved out as a tandem in 1958. So a rivalry that has transcended a century or more. Cross country. Grandal popped to third in his first at bat. Yasmani is 3 for his last 38. They've got the shift on for him. Outfield straightaway. Into right field. Bird going back in front of the wall.
You know, you talk about the history as we came back into this inning, and what an honor it is to be a Dodger. And it's been just an unbelievable new ownership group that has really restored the pride on the name of the chest of those uniforms. And how special a time it is to be a Dodger right now, to think that they have a chance to clinch their 3rd consecutive division title. In my time here, only 3 times we did it over the 10 years I was here, 11 years I was here. 83, 85, and 88. These guys are doing it back to back to back, hopefully.
1 ball, no strikes to Peterson. Grew up in Palo Alto, and so he's sleeping in his own bed. 1 ball and 1 strike. Fly to left in his first at bat.
In '83, we clinched at home against the Giants in the 160th game on a September 30th. In '85, we clinched it against the Braves at Dodger Stadium in the 158th game. And in '88, we clinched it in the game 157 down in San Diego.
85, any particular memory?
It was an interesting scenario coming into today's game.
1-2, foul back.
I pitched clincher in '85 against the Braves, went 6 innings, got the W. I actually got 3 hits that day, but it was for my 19th victory to become 19-3. And coming into today, thinking that Zach could go 19-3 in a clincher, it was just like deja vu all over again, huh?
Once every 30 years or so. 1-2 to Peterson. Just outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
I was hoping a little bit of that history might repeat itself here tonight. Set up for a ball, throw a ball, umpire knows it's a ball, even get a shake of the head.
Peterson on 2-2. Peavy taking a little too much time. Jock 6th in the league and walks 3rd in the league, having been struck out 168 times. Now it's 3-2. Greinke, a good hitting pitcher, a Silver Slugger Award winner. On deck. Jock Peterson works out a walk, the first one given up by Peavy tonight.
Down by a run here. This is just not an automatic bunt right here. Zach Greinke hitting .231. Jumped on the first pitch fastball in his last at bat, grounded out to short. See how Don Mattingly wants to play it.
Greinke won the Silver Slugger in 2013 when he had .328. Bounced to short in his first at bat. Square into bunt. And somehow I'm just not quite believing he's going to be bunted.
There's a lot of strategy in the body language that you use pre-pitch right here as the hitter. As the pitcher on the mound usually picks off because they want to see what you're going to do. They want to watch the runners lead.
Well, gets the job done. Heavey will throw him out, and Peterson will go to second. For Jock Peterson, his 8th sacrifice of the year.
A very nice bunt, almost turned it into a base hit, and then I held my breath a little bit at the end as the throw went into Zach as the runner, and I'm thinking we need our top 2 starters healthy, and on a play like this, as you're running full speed on the inside edge there and then see the fielder come across your line, you see Zach hit the bag at least stably and keeps himself safe.
And stayed well within the runner's lane.
You think about the left calf that he missed the last start on. You think about running down there, and guys twisted their ankle. We've seen some pulled hamstrings from Dodgers down there at first base on the last-ditch lunge.
Well, now it's up to Crawford, who singled, stole a base, and would come in to score on an RBI from Corey Seager, who is on deck. 2-1, 2 out in the 5th. Knees, 1 ball, no strikes to Carl Crawford.
Carl understanding that Corey Seager's behind him and he's the one that caused the damage. He knows they're not going to be pitching around him to get to the rookie.
Peterson, decent speed at second. Relatively short lead. Crawford bird dogging him, now moving back some. 2-0. Peterson has 4 stolen bases. He's not going anywhere in this situation. Crawford on 2-0. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Peavy's mindset with that backdoor slider right there in a 2-0 count is I'm going to try and get one of the next 2 hitters out. He's not going to give in to Carl, even if he has to face Seager with first and second, 2 out.
Crawford a .333 hitter lifetime against Peavy. 1 for 2 tonight. Takes up and in, 3-1.
.1-0 changeup, 2-0 backdoor slider, 2-1 fastball up and in. I expect Carl to see something off speed right here.
Carl with 4 home runs, 16 runs batted in. Takes a strike at the knees, and it's 3-2.
I was completely wrong, and that was a strike right there at the knees with a 91-mile-an-hour fastball. Jake Peavy throwing everything.
Packed to the rafters as it usually is at AT&T Park. 3-2 to Crawford. Slowly hit. Posey will tag him out. And that'll end the inning. No runs, no hits, a walk, and a man left at the halfway mark. After 4.5, Giants 2, and the Dodgers 1. your Southern California Toyota dealers. The time is short, but the savings are big at Toyota's Clearance Countdown, going on now. Zach Greinke to this point, 4 innings, 5 strikeouts. He has thrown 54 pitches, 35 for strikes. And Kelby Tomlinson, a rookie second baseman, taking over from the injured Joe Panik, singled in the second inning and would come around to score on Trevor Brown's 2-run double. Dodgers would score a run in the third, a 2-out single for Seager, plating Carl Crawford. So it's 2-1 in the bottom of the 5th. Tomlinson, Brown, and Peavy, the bottom third of the San Francisco lineup. 0-2.
For Zach's last 7 starts against these Giants dating back to last year, he is 7-0 with a 1.9 ERA. That streak is at risk. That's his career numbers against the Giants. The last 7 are those 7 wins.
2-0 this year. Call strike 3. Tomlinson is done. That's a 6th strikeout for Greinke and the first out of the 5th.
Take a look at strike zone. That umpire it just on the upper corner. He gets the edge.
Even if he didn't, he did.
Exactly.
1 out and nobody on, and here's Trevor Brown.
I can admit it, I'm biased.
Valencia's 1 and only. It's a ball inside, 1 ball, no strikes. This is Brown's 7th big league start. Two and 0 to Trevor Brown. Now it's 3 balls and no strike. Greinke has walked 1 and struck out 6.
That ball went the wrong way for Zach right there. That was a borderline strike. 3-0 gets right back in the strike zone.
No question about that one. Three and 1 with 1 out. Now 3-2.
Such a hard pitch to hit right there when he's living down there in the strike zone with the fastballs that are borderline, and all of a sudden he throws just that little baby hard slider that looks like one of those low fastballs to be called a strike, and it breaks sharp at the end.
On 3-2. In the left field, and Crawford is there, fighting the lights half the way. 2 out.
This catch was made with his eyes, but Carl got a great jump on this ball to have a little stability in his body right there to make the adjustment to get the ball out of the lights. If he doesn't get the good jump and he has to catch that more on the run with a slight dive or something, he might not have saw that one at all.
So now there's 2 out, and Jake Peavy, who bounced to third in his first at bat. Peavy, over the course of his career, not a bad hitting pitcher. Has a home run this year, 3 runs batted in, couple of doubles. 3 career home runs. 2 out, bottom of the 5th, 2-1 Dodgers.
I tell you what, this time of year, a ball goes into your dugout, a foul ball, it's pretty much guaranteed to hit a human being. You know, a lot of times the ball goes in there and 50% of the space is unoccupied. This time of year, it's about 80-90% of the space in there is occupied.
There are 38 active players in the Dodger uniform. It looks like a railroad car at rush hour. Peavy down on strikes at 7 for Greinke, who retires the Giants in order. When we come back for the top of the 6th, it'll be Seager, Gonzalez, and Turner coming up. And it was Corey Seager's RBI single with 2 out that knocked in Carl Crawford in the 3rd inning. The Dodgers had gone 3 games and 34 innings since last scoring a run here at AT&T Park, and that's certainly worthy of the Arco top-tier play. Seager will lead it off in the 6th. The Dodgers, including tonight, in the last 6.5 games, have scored 7 runs in San Francisco. It'll be Seager, Gonzalez, and Turner as we head to the 6th. They were due. Seager whacks it foul up the first base line. Something to think about as we get to the 3rd go-round against Jake Peavy. This year, first time hitters are hitting .232 against him. Second time, 171. Third time, 386. So this is Seager's 3rd at-bat. Did he go around? Yep. Third base umpire Ed Hickox.
When you see those kind of numbers with a veteran pitcher, it's not about quality. The age is just starting to catch up with you, where getting loose for the 5th and 6th and 7th innings gets harder and harder as you get older.
Peavy is 34, and the 0-2 to Seager is inside and low.
The young guys, you'll see a general climb there, but it won't be so drastic. The older guys, you start to see some drastic changes with the 3rd and 4th time around.
Dodgers trail 2-1. Peavy to this point is outpitched Greinke. And the 1-2 to Seager. What a diving stop by Tomlinson, throwing out Corey Seager.
Let's take a Carl's Cam look at this play right here. Amazing outstretched, actually headed towards the outfield to catch that ball to gain some time. To web it up. Pops to his feet cleanly. Jake Peavy appreciates it. That's your Carl's Cam replay.
Tomlinson out of Oklahoma. 12th round pick 3 years ago. As Gonzalez takes high and inside, 1 ball, no strikes with those glasses. Looks like he's on his way to study hall. But what a play.
All of us guys that wore glasses didn't go to class.
Into left field. Parker is there. That's 2 outs. And Justin Turner's coming up. Boy, to get the leadoff hitter like Seager, big play like that, a momentum swing even within an inning.
This is the playoff feeling, the moment by moment analysis of how you can turn the game, and you feel it. It's not your normal regular season game, and it's a preview of what hopefully is to come.
Turner 0 for 2 tonight, rolls it slowly to short. Crawford will throw out, and Peavy will get a 1-2-3 inning, all because of the terrific play turned in by Kelby Tomlinson, robbing Corey Seager. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. It'll be the top of the order for the Giants. They lead 2-1. Fan Appreciation Day at Dodger Stadium. So get your tickets for baseball and some fantastic prizes, like a 1-year lease on a Mercedes-Benz C-Class, LG 49-inch smart LED TV, a personal lawn care visit by the Dodgers groundskeepers, season tickets for 2016, and much more. For all the details on what's being given away, visit Dodgers.com/fan appreciation. Giants 2-1 into the bottom of the 6th. Greinke to this point has struck out 7, walked 1. Pagan a strikeout victim in his first at bat, and he has singled to center. First pitch of the 6th. Jared Parker, Matt Duffy to follow. Dodgers magic number is at 2, and it feels like it's been there for about a month.
We were hanging on 7 there for a while too. That was a number we had to stare at. And like they've been saying back in the studio, it's not magic unless it gets to 0.
And then it becomes a disappearing act. 1 ball, 1 strike. Into right. And there is Ethier. First out of the 6th, and here is Jared Parker, who has been struck out twice tonight by Zach Greinke.
Jared looks like he's got the Brandon Crawford starter hairstyle working, trying to get it down to the bottom of his collar, his uniform.
You got Crawford, Angel Pagan.
Our team's going a little bit more facial hair and beards. They're going a little bit more long hair out the back. Justin, yeah, pretty long. Zach's got some long hair. He's kind of had it trimmed up on the mound now.
Well, you got Turner and Van Slyke. Straight out of Duck Dynasty. 0-2 to Parker with Duffy on deck. 2-1 San Francisco. Parker at 26, finally getting his break in September, and he has made the most of it. Greinke's 73rd pitch. Now 2-2.
You mentioned that about Jeff Kent wearing the turtleneck because of the wind. I wonder if that's why these guys are growing their hair long on the back. Just keeps their neck warm here.
More times than not, the wind is blowing in off the bay from right field toward left. And game time temperature was 63. Greinke frustrated. Now it's 3-2. Matt Duffy awaits.
When you're one of the elite pitchers like Zach Greinke, Clayton Kershaw, Madison Bumgarner, and you miss on a pitch, a lot of different frustrations there. Yeah, it didn't help get the hitter out. But in today's day and age, it feels like you're also going to go shorter in the game, that you're taking away some outs later that you could be on the mound instead of handing them to the bullpen. And so you're not only wanted to dominate on the mound, but you wanted to dominate efficiently.
The walk to Parker, the second given up by Greinke tonight, as Matt Duffy stepping in. Duffy has bounced out and has been struck out. Parker has attempted one stolen base, the slap tag a little too late. And now Grandal's going to go out and have a chat with Greinke.
Bit of a delay right here. Don Mattingly might want to challenge this one.
And that is the reason for the conversation between Messrs. Grandal and Greinke. And the Dodgers are going to request a replay, and it looks like they've got a pretty legitimate gripe. Paul Nowert is the home plate umpire. Dana Demuth, the crew chief. What do you think?
You see the little jab step. If he's out by an inch, we go back on this replay. He makes a false step at the beginning as he's going back to the bag. And that little bit, take a look. He looks out there, but I think the reason he's out, give me the look of where he starts to go back. And you will see a false step. See the false step back and goes towards second? Instead of his first move actually taking him to first base, his first move actually holds him still and prepares his feet to go back to first base. And I think that moment is the reason he's going to be hopefully out.
While the New York monologue continues, Greinke is keeping warm, throwing some pitches rather informally.
The pile of dirt is in contact with the bag. I don't think your hand is on the bag, so I think he's out.
So Nowert and Demuth. "3,000 miles from here, they're looking at all of the angles and probably some that we don't have."
People that get good jumps and people that have great range, they have great footwork. And footwork, you cover, good footwork, you cover territory when you make your first move. And I think Jared Parker is going to be out because his first move, he did not gain any ground on first base.
Well, the removal of the headsets, and the answer is the second pickoff of the year for Zach Greinke. So there's 2 out. Matt Duffy will bat with nobody on. No balls and a strike to Matt Duffy. Well, that still photo is pretty compelling evidence.
I love the fact that we can zoom in on those replays.
1 ball, 1 strike to Duffy. It's bounced to short. And a strike him out, throw him out, double play.
As frustrated as Zach Greinke was with the walk and not being efficient with his pitches, he cut the pitch count back down by picking him off.
His 78th pitch of the night. Duffy takes outside. Buster Posey is on deck.
We're reaching the point of the game now that anytime you fall behind a hitter into a hitter's count, you have to watch out for the home run ball, because it starts to feel like one mistake is going to turn this game either way.
3-1.
This is when you start risking a walk and not giving in. You don't want to just say, oh yeah, I'm not going to walk, I'm going to go right after I walk the last guy. No way. No, the game's on the line these last few innings.
Now 3-2, and especially with Buster Posey on deck.
Yeah, the risk reward is now a little clearer. Early in the game, you trade outs for runs. You go after hitters, even though it's a hitter's count, because there's a lot of time left in the game. But as you get closer and closer to the end of the game, the risk reward is worth it.
On 3-2, we'll do it again.
Now, I think a lot of times you can't find that attitude and that idea in sabermetrics. The statistics are an overall thing, and I think sometimes sabermetrics, it gets a little gray about when you apply it to what situation, and that's when you find baseball players. And I think it's a great tool, but sometimes you've got to watch how much you use it.
Greinke walks Duffy with 2 out. Third walk given up by Greinke, and Posey is coming up.
It's been a battle. It's been a stressful inning. You see the 16 pitches there, and it's one of the higher totals, but as far as the stress level of those 16, this has been the most strenuous.
And it's going to get a little more stressful as Posey, 348 in his career against Greinke. 8 for 23. Fouls it back, 0-1. Posey tonight has struck out and lined to second.
All pitches were not created equal.
And certainly each and every one of these pitches this late in the game becomes increasingly stressful. As the 84th from Greinke is about to be. Bat is shattered. Seager will pick it up and throw out Buster Posey. So a replay took a couple of minutes to get it right, but they did. Jared Parker picked off, no runs, no hits, a man left as we head to the 7th. Ethier, Utley, and Grandal coming up. fantasy baseball for free on DraftKings.com. Use promo code BLUECREW for free entry. As we head to the 7th inning, a couple of numbers to keep in mind. Jake Peavy has thrown 80 pitches so far, 55 for strikes. He has struck out 4, walked 1. He has given up 11 home runs this year. 9 of the 11 have come after 80 pitches. Let's see what Ethier, Utley, and Grandal can do with those numbers as we begin the 7th. Giants 2-1. Here's a strike, 0-1.
And I think that matches up pretty well with that third time around in the order also that we mentioned earlier, the 386. As he gets tired, the ball probably gets elevated. High pitches go for more hits and, of course, more home runs.
Chase Utley is on deck, left-handed hitter. That's why Josh Osich is warming up in the bullpen. So this could be the end of the line. Back on August 31st against Peavy. Andre has 14 home runs on the year, and that was one of them.
He's got that swing tonight. He hit a majestic home run in Colorado to the upper deck. And the ball he hit earlier in this game had that same distance and arcing look to it.
1-2, Ethier leading the 7th. A 1-2 to the right side, right at Posey. He'll take it himself.
Located fastball low and away, got him to hit the top of the ball. You talk about Peavy getting tired and getting the ball up, giving up those 9 home runs out of the 11 after the 80th pitch. If he keeps the ball down, those statistics will be wrong. If he elevates, it could be accurate.
Well, Bochy's got a lot to pick from in his bullpen. There are 14 relievers. Dodgers merely have 13. There's a strike, and it's 0-1 to Chase Utley, who has flied to right and struck out swinging. Giants with 2 in the 2nd, the Dodgers 1 in the 3rd, and we are tied. We're not tied, we're at the 7th inning with 1 out. 2-1 San Francisco. 0-2 to Utley.
You mentioned the depth of those bullpens that made me smile, and I started thinking about what if something happened where the benches had to clear? A lot of people on the field.
Take forever to get out there. 0-2. Tomlinson is making second base look easy tonight.
Unlike Marlon Byrd, he got the slide on his knees and actually complete the slide, not dig in. A very nice play here. Sliding on some solid turf. As you see, that's what the players normally expect compared to having their back knee bury into the ground. Very smoothly done.
Tomlinson robs Seager of a base hit in the 6th inning. Now Grandal takes a strike, 0-1. Grandal is popped to 3rd and flied to right. And now in the short left center, and Pagano's there. And Peavy has really settled in now. He's retired 8 straight. 7th inning stretch, Giants 2-1. The Dodgers with a 6-game lead over the Giants with 7 to go, including tonight. The magic number stalled at 2 as Brandon Crawford leads off in the bottom half of the 7th inning. He has singled and he has walked. Zack Greinke, this is his 31st start. Each and every one of his 31 starts now, he's gone at least 6 innings. Nobody else in baseball can make that claim this year. Ball outside, 1 ball, no strike. The proverbial quality start. Not sure that's the right description, quality start. One ball, no strikes.
I always thought the definition of the quality start was like the bottom rung of what you were stretching for to call quality. Because it's a 4.5 ERA.
Yeah.
6 innings and 3 earned runs. It's like, when did a 4.5 ERA become quality?
The better definition would be an okay start.
You know, I always thought that they should have had different levels of innings to runs to define a quality start. So 7 and 3, okay. 6, I think it maybe should have been 2. And if you have thirds, I don't know, maybe you figure it out at thirds of an inning.
Crawford on 3-0. Takes a strike, 3-1. In the meantime, it's been a pretty darn good start for Greinke tonight. 7 strikeouts, 3 walks, 88 pitches, 54 for strikes. But he falls behind Crawford with Bird on deck and Tomlinson to follow. 2-1 San Francisco, bottom of the 7th. Into left and into Mr. Crawford's neighborhood. Time to take a look at the Dodger calendar presented by 76. Back with you tomorrow night. First pitch at 7:15. It'll be Kershaw and Bumgarner. Wednesday, Bolsinger and Mike Leake. Thursday, a matinee. First pitch 1:45. Brett Anderson and Tim Hudson. Then the final home weekend of the season. The Padres will be in town. That was all brought to you by 76. Marlon Byrd, a 1-hopper to Justin Turner. Quickly 2 out. Josh Oshitz, the lefty, is warming up in the bullpen. So Greinke has gone at least 6 innings in every one of his starts this year. And Tomlinson, the rookie second baseman, stepping in. 1 for 2. And has scored one of the 2 San Francisco runs. Both came in the 2nd inning. A 2-out double by the rookie catcher Trevor Brown, who's on deck. Dodgers' only run came back in the 3rd. And it's been 2-1 ever since. Greinke's 92nd pitch. He's given the Dodgers everything they could have hoped for tonight.
As Zach completes this inning, he'll have 214 2/3 that he's pitched outstandingly for the Dodgers this year. And you have to go all the way back to 2010 in his career to get to a higher number. And that was 220 when he was still back in Kansas City. The ERA that year was 4.17. These have been a lot more quality innings.
Chase Utley about 4 steps to his left. And Greinke a perfect 7th inning. As we go to the 8th, Peterson, Greinke due to bat 2nd. And then the top of the order in Crawford. 2-1 Dodgers or Giants. The difference maker, a 2-run base hit in the second inning. Seager with an RBI single in the third. And the Dodgers still looking for their first win of the year. In now almost 7 games, the Dodgers have scored 7 runs here in San Francisco. With Osich in, he is going to face a pinch hitter, Justin Ruggiano. Ruggiano has really done well against left-handed pitching. So Peterson is out, Ruggiano is in, and against lefties, he has been outstanding. Howie Kendrick in the on-deck circle, and he will pinch hit for Zach Greinke. Ruggiano takes a strike, 0-1.
And once Don Mattingly announces Howie Kendrick, you might see Bruce Bochy head to the mound and change his pitcher.
Ruggiano rolls it foul. It's 0-2. Hunter Strickland, the hard-thrown right-hander, is warming up in the San Francisco bullpen. Chris Hatcher is warming up in the Dodger bullpen. Ruggiano 0-2. Draft pick of the Dodgers in 2004. And a fly ball into left center. And Pagan taking charge. So Jake Peavy goes 7 innings tonight for San Francisco. A run and 3 hits. He struck out 4, walked 1. And now Kendrick, who is 5 for his last 14, pinch hitting against the hard-throwing left-hander Josh Osich. Hatcher, who has pitched well in his last 3 weeks or so, is going to pitch the 8th. Kendrick takes outside and high, 1 ball and no strikes.
Let's hurry up and get ready for the righty in the pen for the Giants, but after the first out, recorded. They're letting Osich pitch to Howie Kendrick,
who grounds it to third, backhanded by Duffy.
Rongo slow-mo cam play right here. This replay with Duffy gathering himself and showing off that strong arm. It's been pretty much a flawless defensive game for both sides, and that was beautiful Morongo slow-mo cam replay.
Well, here's Van Slyke to pinch hit for Crawford, a righty-lefty switch. Crawford was 1 for 3. And here is Van Slyke.
Bruce Bochy not going to play his chess pieces right now. He likes the situation that he has. Don Mattingly is turning everybody around to get some right-handed bats against the left-handed arm, but Bochy's going with his man.
Van Slyke 244 on the year, 267 against lefties. First pitch, pops it up. 1, 2, 3 for Osich. The Dodgers go quietly in the 8th. In the bottom of the 8th, Trevor Brown, a pinch hitter, and Angel Pagan for the Giants to face Chris Hatcher. That's tomorrow night. First pitch about 7:15. Two of the best lefties in the game. Two of the best lefties in this generation. Of course, the Dodgers trailing 2-1. Greinke put in an outstanding performance tonight. 7 innings, 2 runs and 4 hits, 3 walks, 7 strikeouts, 93 pitches, 59 for strikes. And now it's up to Chris Hatcher. And you get a sense that the folks here at AT&T Park, all 41,341, the 402nd consecutive sellout, are sensing some blood. Here's the 0-1. Line drive, base hit into center field. Trevor Brown with a 2-run double in the second. A leadoff single in the 8th.
Chris Hatcher getting a briefing from Adrian Gonzalez on how they want to play it as far as for a bunt, where the infield's going to be, and what Adrian's going to do over there.
And that's why Osich is batting for himself. After tonight, 6 games will remain. Osich takes outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Santiago Casilla is warming up for San Francisco, their closer. In the 9th, Seager, Gonzalez, and Turner will bat for the Dodgers, who trail 2-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Josh Osich. Now it's 1-2.
Osich has had 2 plate appearances, one where he got a sacrifice bunt down this year and one where he struck out. So Bruce Bochy has some confidence that he can handle the bat. In a game where you're do or die and you're the Giants, he's got a lot of pieces over there to put in the game, but he has confidence in his pitcher right here.
Pagan on deck.
One thing different about putting up a regular player up there to pinch hit, even if you're going to put him up there to bunt, at least there's a mystery to the defense on whether he'll do it or not. But with a pitcher up there, you pretty much know you can play very aggressive defense.
A perfectly good bunt, and Turner has 1 play. Sacrifice 3-4. Keep up with the pennant races in true HD quality on MLB.TV Premium. Watch every out-of-market game live on more than 400 supported devices, real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking, widget, and more. Visit MLB.TV today. The Dodgers are playing to clinch. The Giants are playing to survive. Pagan 1 for 3. Pagan at 265. Has struck out, single to center, and flied to right and takes a strike. It's 0-1.
A good pitch right there. Borderline strike, but it really sets up the rest of the at-bat when you show somebody you can throw hard in for a strike. Gives you a lot more tools to get somebody out.
This is the first time Pagan has ever faced Hatcher. Oh and 1. Brown leads from second. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jared Parker is on deck. Madison Bumgarner goes to Morrow. against Clayton Kershaw. You want drama? We've got it.
Come on, Angel!
1-2 to Pagan.
Chris Hatcher, when he has his best outings, he fights back the urge to be a thrower, and he remembers that location is the most important thing. And so far, these first 3 pitches, he's done an outstanding job with his spray pattern and hitting his target.
And up until a couple of years ago, he was a catcher. He's always had the great arm. Came over from the Marlins. And the 1-2 to Pagan. Defensive swing and stays alive.
He has a great arm, and the velocity comes out naturally by just the adrenaline of the moment. So your priority list in your head when you're Chris Hatcher needs to be location, location, location. The velocity is just natural.
Pagan, 3 home runs, 36 runs batted in on this chilly night in San Francisco. Pagan down on strikes.
Outstanding pitching by Chris Hatcher. Fight back the urge to put an extra mile or 2 on it. You don't want to do that and miss by a foot. You'd rather have it be 1 mile an hour slower and hit your target. A competitive high fastball, he beats him to the spot.
Now with 2 out, here's Jarrett Parker. 0 for 2 and a walk against Greinke. Was struck out twice by Zach. One ball, no strikes. Duffy on deck and Posey to follow. Again in the 9th, the Dodgers have their 2, 3, and 4 hitters coming up. Seager, Gonzalez, and Turner.
Left-hander at the plate, right-hander on deck, first base open. It doesn't matter who you get out as long as you get them out before that run scores.
Duffy's a 300 hitter. Hatcher pulls the string and is 1-1.
All fastballs to Pagan. First 2 pitches here. Change up, change up.
And is 1-1 with 2 out. Giants season is on the line. Dodgers want to clinch tonight. Inside. 2-1 to Jarrett Parker.
If the Dodgers are going to deep into the playoffs, they're going to need Zach Greinke, Clayton Kershaw, Kenley Jansen, Luis Avilan, J.P. Howell, and then you're going to need one more righty probably in the key moments. And Chris Hatcher is the #1 candidate for that role.
We were talking yesterday who will be the #3 starter in the rotation. They've got to get there first. Two balls and a strike. Now 2-2. Very interesting pitch pattern from Hatcher.
He's really doing a good job hitting the spots, and even right there, because he's mixing up his pitches, he's not just staying with the fastball or the hard slider. Because he's using the off-speed pitch, that last swing and miss, he got away with a poor location because the velocity was off-speed and got him to miss it.
Instead of 95, it came in at 85, and now the count is 2-2 with Trevor Brown leading off second base. Got him. Wow, what an inning for Chris Hatcher. Gives up the leadoff hit. Brown is left stranded at second. A couple of strikeouts. Last licks for the Dodgers into the 9th. Seager, Gonzalez, and Turner coming up. ever. Shop at ChooseNissan.com. Well, you're looking at Josh Osich with the first two batters for the Dodgers in the ninth being Seager and Gonzalez, both left-handers, of course. Bruce Bochy elects to stay with the rookie left-hander. He's got Santiago Casilla, their closer, warming up down the left field line. And here is Seager beginning the ninth. 2-1 San Francisco. Seager swings and misses, 0-1.
The first sign of the league forcing Seager to adjust back to them, knowing he's a first pitch swinger. He gets a slider.
No balls and a strike. Into center field, and Corey Seager, unfazed by anything, is 2 for 4. A leadoff single in the ninth.
The breaking balls were reversed. The first slider was better than the second one. He got a read on the swing and miss. This one catches a little bit of the plate where the other one was farther away. If you reverse the order of the breaking balls, maybe he misses that one, but he left it up, showed him the break. Corey put it in play.
Interesting to note that warming up in the bullpen is Juan Nicasio here in the ninth inning. And now Kenley Jansen has just left the dugout, and he's going to go to work as well. Gonzalez takes low and outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Gonzalez tonight has bounced to first, struck out, and flied to left. There's Jansen. Justin Turner on deck. Ground ball, base hit into right field. Seager rounding second, and he will hold there. So the Dodgers are in business in the ninth. Back-to-back singles for Seager and Gonzalez. And here comes Bochy, and he's going to go to his closer. He wanted to get the lefty Osich to face the two left-handed hitters here in the ninth inning, Seager and Gonzalez, and each come up with base hits. Of his 38th save, he has blown 5 in his last 15 games against the Dodgers. He is 5-0, 4 for 4 in save opportunities, no earned runs in 16 2/3 innings. He has inherited 9 runners, and 2 of them have scored. Well, he's inherited 2 more. And Justin Turner will face Casilla. Turner is 0 for 3. See Ethier on deck. 2 runs and 5 hits for the Dodgers, a run and 5 hits. Correction, 2 runs and 5 hits for San Francisco, a run and 5 hits for the Dodgers. Turner is struck out, fly to center, and bounced to short. Seager at second. Torreyes is at first. 9th inning. Nobody out. Turner squares to bunt. Nearly gets hit in the head.
Casilla was not expecting Turner to turn it around. Lost a little bit of concentration. Overthrows that slider. Don Mattingly has been willing to use the bunt and the stolen base a lot more in the last month and a half.
Turner 0 for 5 in his career against Casilla.
Let's go!
1 ball, no strikes. Bunt up the third baseline. It is perfect. So Seager goes to third, the tying run. Torreyes, the lead run at second base with 1 out.
A little old school small ball. Justin Turner did an outstanding job getting the barrel of the bat out front, angling it so that he can catch it and direct it to third. Perfect placement of the bunt. You don't want to deaden it when you're going with first and second. They don't have the wheel play on. Force the third baseman to field the ball.
Bochy playing the infield back. Willing to turn a run into an out. Ethier. Bates knocked down by Tomlinson, but in to score is Seager. And the Dodgers have tied it at 2. Well, they played the infield back, sacrificing an out for a run. The Dodgers say thank you very much. It's a 2-2 game.
Game would be 3-2 Dodgers if the infield had been in. Andre Ethier drove that ball at second base, and that would have been on the outfield grass. So Cruz Bochy, wanting to at least assure a tie, plays the infield back, sacrifices the run, gets the out, but the Dodgers tie the game.
And now Utley with a chance to give the Dodgers the lead. A blown save for Casilla. Utley 0 for 3. Back behind the bag at second. Utley will be thrown out. But the Dodgers on back-to-back hits by Seager and Torreyes. A sacrifice for Turner. Fielder's choice RBI for Ethier have tied the score at 2 as we go to the bottom half of the ninth. Activated before the game today, takes over in center field. Van Slyke moves from center to first base. Torreyes, of course, pinch ran for Gonzalez, and here's Juan Nicasio. The Giants season is on the line. We're tied at 2 into the bottom of the ninth. Nicasio's 52nd appearance of the year, and he'll be facing Duffy, Posey, and Brandon Crawford. Dodgers win, they win the West. Giants win, they live to see another day. So Seager drives in one and scores the other. 2 for 4 tonight. Duffy leading off the ninth inning. Nicasio to Duffy. 1 ball, 1 strike. Duffy has bounced to short, struck out, and has walked. Nicasio, the 3rd Dodger pitcher of the night. Hatcher pitched a terrific 8th. Duffy takes a strike.
Top of the strike zone as you see the double barrel action in the bullpen. Luis Avilan on the left, Yimi Garcia on the right. The most important pitcher is the one on the mound right now.
Duffy 11 home runs, 74 runs batted in. Two and 2.
It's an all-important shutdown inning. That goes without saying, because if it's not a 0, it's a loss. But just to take a breath as the Dodger offense gets that run and feel like you're on even footing with the Giants.
2 and 2 to Duffy, beginning the bottom of the ninth. Now 3 and 2. It won't get any easier. Buster Posey on deck. And Brandon Crawford, the Giants' leading home run hitter this year, to follow. We'll do it again.
When you get in these games and you're watching from the bench, sometimes it's hard to muster up enough saliva to spit. You just, the tension and the longing to finish this off.
Chris Heisey. Nicasio strikes out Duffy to begin the ninth.
It took 7 pitches, but the last one is a good one. High fastball for a ball, but looks enough like a strike out of the hand, and the velocity beats him. You see where the bat starts, it's late.
Now Buster Posey. 0 for 3. Struck out, lined out, and bounced out. There's a strike, and it's 0-1.
It's a high slider that Buster would love to hit, but I think he was looking hard in for something to drive. As soon as it was away, he was spitting on it.
1 ball, 1 strike. Posey is 5 for 12, 417 against Nicasio. And one of those 5 hits a home run. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 9th inning. Line drive, base hit, headed toward the left field corner. And Posey's on his way to second base with a double. The left-handed hitting Brandon Crawford is coming up. One would think Luis Avilan will be coming in out of the bullpen.
Hanging breaking ball. You see it back up into Posey's swing. He was not offering it anything away, but the first time he saw something on the inner half, he pulled the trigger and hit the double.
Mattingly remains in the dugout. Avalon continues to warm in the bullpen. And so Nicasio will intentionally walk Crawford. Marlon Byrd will get a chance to be a hero.
Moving past the left-handed bat to the right-handed bat on deck. Byrd so far tonight on a fielder's choice, grounded into a 6-4-3 double play and grounded to third.
Buster Posey, who has killed the Dodgers over the course of his career. The one-out double. He is at second base. He is the winning run. And Marlon Byrd is stepping in. Now Van Slyke is going to go over and talk to Nicasio. Honeycutt is coming out, and not Don Mattingly. So it looks like they're going to stay with him.
Rick's going to review the scouting report here on Marlon Byrd. They're going to go over pitch selection. They're going to go over what the out pitches are, the locations they like early in the count, the locations they like, and the pitches they like to put him away if they get ahead.
The meeting on the mound has come to an end. Buster Posey is the game-winning run at second base. This year against the Dodgers, .429. And now here's Byrd. 0 for 3 tonight.
The effectiveness of Posey's bat is why he's not getting pinch run for him. There's plenty of people that can pinch run for him, but Bruce Bochy electing to keep his bat in the lineup in case this goes to extra innings.
Tied at 2, 1 out, bottom of the ninth. No balls and 1 strike.
Rick Honeycutt visits the mound. The first pitch was definitely determined in that meeting, and Nicasio threw a quality one, a good fastball in on the hands.
Posey the winning run. For Byrd, his 35th game with the Giants. No balls and a strike. Slowly hit to second base. Utley bobbles it. Throws to first. They get him. But now second and third.
The right side of the infield, you can bobble it and still have enough time. The left side of the infield, this runner makes it to first base, rolls up into the jersey, drops down like an egg right in front of him, stays with it. Strong throw, still gets him.
Now Kilby Tomlinson. Second and third, 2 out. Tomlinson 1 for 3 and a run scored, and a couple of sparkling defensive plays for the rookie second baseman tonight. Posey at third is the game-winning run. 2 out in the bottom of the ninth, tied at 2. One ball and no strikes.
Two hitters to get 1 out. First base open. You don't automatically pitch around this guy because then you have to get the next guy out with strikes. But you do pitch him to get him out and not give in.
Turner even with the bag at third. Everybody else on the infield playing back. Tomlinson takes a strike, and it's 1-1.
The defense has to play normal depth. Man on second, winning run, you play deep, you knock it down, but you cannot risk an infield hit, so Justin Turner has to play for the bunt, has to play for the chopper off the plate. Scott Van Slyke has to do that also. Utley and Seager can play a little deeper.
1 ball, 2 strikes to the rookie Kelby Tomlinson. A 12th round pick in 2011. Of course, Joe Panik disabled.
Trust your catcher if you're going to throw breaking ball.
1 ball, 2 strikes. To first base. Van Slyke will take it and will go to the 10th. Giants threaten, leave 2, fail to score, and in the 10th, Grandal will lead it off for the Dodgers. A rivalry that is 125 years young. And we're going to the 10th inning. And simply put, the Giants season will come to an end if the Dodgers can clinch their 3rd consecutive postseason title. In extra innings this year, Dodgers have fared a little bit better. In 1-run games, the Dodgers 21-25, the Giants 17-27. And Yasmani Grandal will lead it off, hitless in 3 at-bats. Ruggiano on deck, and then Kike Hernandez. Pop to third, fly to right, fly to center. And Grandal takes outside, 1 ball, no strikes. The outfield straightaway, Parker, Pagan, and Bird. Grandal 16 home runs this year, 15 as a left-handed batter. Takes under the knees, 2 balls and no strikes.
Luis Avilan and Kenley Jansen walking down to the bullpen, and this is a time as a reliever you really have to watch your warm-up pitches. You have to remember you get 8 on the mound. You have to remember and be very cognizant of how the game is playing out so you don't burn yourself out down there waiting to come into the game every time there possibly is an opportunity that they would call on you.
2-1 to Yasmani Grandal. Grandal in the month of September, it's not been kind. He's 3 for 40. But Garcia falls behind 3-1.
There's a lot of pent-up motion in the Dodgers dugout. If they get a run here, it's Kind of like the bubbles in champagne, the way they're being held back by the cork.
Grandal walks to begin the 10th. Sergio Romo is running out of the Giant dugout to warm up in the bullpen down the left field line. And the Dodgers going to have a pinch runner. Chris Heisey.
With Austin Barnes and A.J. Ellis, of course. Be a little more liberal when you want to do something with your catcher. These expanded rosters.
Now Ruggiano. Toss over. Heisey is back. Dodgers scored a run at the top of the 9th to tie it. The Giants left runners at second and third in the bottom of the 9th. Kike Hernandez on deck, and he's missed the last month.
Don Mattingly used the bunt when Justin Turner was up at first and second, no out. Well, he decided to go with the bunt here with just a man on first, trying to get somebody in scoring position.
Ruggiano has not hit terribly well against right-handed pitching, so let's see what he does with Ruggiano here. He squares. No balls and a strike.
Ruggiano's lucky to have his fingers on his right hand. That ball ran up and in on him, and he still kept the bat out there. So he gets the hand out of the way. Still fouls the ball off, gets a strike. If you're pulling that hand out of the way, you might as well pull the bat with it and take it.
We're in the 10th and tied at 2. Nobody out. This time Ruggiano swings and fouls it back. It's 0-2.
It's a great strategy when you have a fastball hitter up there. You show bunt, you attempt bunt. You might lull a pitcher into thinking you're going to bunt for sure, and then they throw the high fastball if it's like a bunt situation, and you guess fastball, and boy, he took a mighty cut.
Hernandez on deck. Van Slyke to follow, tied at 2 in the 10th. Call strike 3. So Casilla walks the first batter and comes back to strike out Ruggiano.
Made him pay for the failed bunt. Don't get the bunt down. Giants get the strikeout. Well executed pitch.
First out, and here's Kike Hernandez. Into left field for a base hit. Holding at second is Heisey. First swing in a month, and he singles to left.
I don't know how long it takes for a banana to ripen, but he's back, he's healthy, and this could be a banana rally. Right in the 6th hole. First pitch he sees. And that's not a lucky one. That's a one-hopper to the outfield.
Kike Hernandez missed 26 games. Now Dave Righetti's going to go out and talk to Santiago Casilla as the switch-hitting Jimmy Rollins is coming up. Javier Lopez has joined Romo in the Giant bullpen. Heisey the lead run at second base. Hernandez is at first with 1 out. Rollins on the year, 205 against left-handed pitching, 303 against right-handed pitching. And in September, he's hitting .282 with a .391 on base percentage.
I asked Jimmy about 4 or 5 days ago and talked to him about how I see him turn up the intensity for September. And he mouthed back, and October.
First and second. Marlins takes inside. Rollins 2 for 9 against Casilla with 1 double. Heisey, the lead run at second. Hernandez is at first. Rollins pops it up. Who's going to make the play? Duffy will. Now 2 out. Javier Lopez, a lefty, warming in the bullpen. Does Bochy go for him? Well, here comes Bochy. And he will take Casilla back with him. And Seager, who is 2 for 4 tonight, has a chance to be a hero when we come back. Against him. He'll be facing Corey Seager, who is 2 for 4. He's driven in a run. He has scored a run. And has he done against left-handers? .290. So Corey Seager has a chance to cement himself into Dodger lore in his first month of his career. Take that little frisbee slider away. 1 ball, no strikes.
What he's done in a month, that everybody right now on the Dodger bench is thinking we have the right guy at the plate at the right time.
Hottest hitter of the month. His first month of the season. Heisey's at second. Hernandez at first. And a ground ball foul into the stands. 1-1. A.J. Ellis is on deck. He'll be hitting where Nicasio was inserted into the lineup. That's the lead run, Heisey. P.K. Hernandez at first. One ball, 2 strikes.
When you first come to the big leagues, the league really doesn't know you. And if you do really well, the league adjusts back. Corey Seager's been called up so late this year, the league's not going to have enough time to adjust back. It's going to not happen until next year.
1-2 and 2 out.
He's not having any trouble seeing them. All the cuts have been very confident, and he's been right on it. You think with a sidewinding lefty and you're a left-handed rookie that there would be some give in his swing, but he's swinging at him like he's right-handed and over the top.
Heisey and Hernandez lead from second and first. 10th inning, tied at 2. Lopez wins the battle. Will go to the bottom of the 10th. No runs, 1 hit, 2 left. Tied at 2. Seager goes from shortstop to third. Rollins, who pinch hit, is inserted at shortstop. Justin Turner goes from third to first. And A.J. Ellis is behind the plate, and Juan Nicasio will begin his second inning of relief. Giants and Dodgers. What else would you expect?
It's been a fantastic game. Well played on both sides. Great starting pitching. The bullpens have been effective. The fielding has been flawless. And the sellout crowd has enjoyed every moment of it, and I know our viewers are too.
The Giants season at stake. The Dodgers would like to put a stake through the heart of the Giants' youth. Nicasio's first pitch to Trevor Brown is fouled off to the right, and it's 0-1.
Pressure innings, the last few innings, the Dodgers squeak out the run in the 9th, but they have a winning run on base, but they get out of it. The Giants get by on the winning run in the 10th there. Nicasio got by the winning run in the 9th. Both offenses are setting the table.
Trevor Brown, a 2-out double, would drive in the only runs of the game for the Giants. That was back in the second inning. The Dodgers would score a run in the third on a Seager RBI single, and Seager would score the tying run in the top of the 9th. Here we are in the bottom of the 10th. Brown takes high and away, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Alejandro Diaz is in the on-deck circle. So Brown is 2 for 3. Count holds at 1-2.
I think as you watch the bullpen pieces that warm up for the Dodgers or pitch in this game, it gives you a preview of what the playoff roster may look like.
That's Avilan and Garcia. Two balls, two strikes. Well, this certainly is playoff atmosphere, and especially for the Giants.
We see the use of the sacrifice bunt by Don Mattingly. I'm not sure we'll see a pinch runner for Yasmani Grandal because there might not be a third catcher on the playoff roster. So it would be risky to run for your catcher and go the rest of the extra innings with only one.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Trevor Brown leading off in the bottom of the 10th. Now 3-2.
The Dodger tying run was scored off really the left-hander that Bruce Bochy allowed to sacrifice bunt the inning before and not bring in his closer. So the chess match between the two managers was started right around then.
3-2. Brown leading off. And it's foul. And he's going to need a new bat.
You know, in some ways, the Giant fans have been a little bit nervous. They're into the game. They've been applauding. They've been cheering. We've heard the chants of beat LA. But if they win a few games here, I think the crowds are going to get increasingly more confident and louder. It'd be best for the Dodgers to put them away tonight.
A leadoff walk to Trevor Brown, who's been on base 3 of his 4 plate appearances. Nothing ever comes good to a leadoff walk late in the game. Kevin Franson is now going to pinch hit instead of Diaz.
Well, you saw the walk, and then the camera went to Don Mattingly and Rick Honeycutt, and what they were doing is staring over in the Giants dugout, staring at the on-deck circle, waiting to see when a player is appointed, and then they decide what move they're going to make.
Well, at this point, no move. And now Honeycutt's going to go out and talk with Nicasio.
This is the same review we saw earlier. Nicasio got a review before facing Arlen Bird. And the first pitch to Bird was a well-executed fastball in that jammed him. Ended up getting Bird out 4-3 to get that out. A.J. Ellis, Rick Honeycutt doing most of the talking. Juan doing most of the listening.
So Kevin Franson, who grew up in San Jose, this is the second go-round with the Giants. He was drafted by them in 2004. Has bounced around some. Began the year in Arizona. Spent most of the year in Sacramento. So you figure he's going to be bunting here. Up the first base line, and he's done his job.
High fives in the Giants dugout, and now we start to talk about, do we want to walk them? Do we want to set up a double play? Don Mattingly says go ahead, pitch to him.
Angel Pagan with a chance to be the hero with Trevor Brown at second base. Pagan is 1 for 4. Tied at 2 with 1 out in the 10th. balls and a strike.
Fastball inside. Perfect.
Pagan with 36 runs batted in this year. Into center field, Kike Hernandez tracks it down.
Kike's been gone for a month, but he's gotten a base hit in his first pitch that he saw since being back tonight. And that jump right there shows the legs are healthy. This ball is slicing away from him. It's hit hard enough that it stays slightly straight, and then he decides to try and make a very aggressive play and throw behind the runner, Trevor Brown. Jimmy Rollins cuts it off, but everything on that play was well done.
You remember at the time that he injured his hamstring, he had basically taken over the center field job from Jock Peterson. Luis Avilan is coming in. Lefty against lefty to face Jarrett Parker, the home run hitting hero for the Giants over the past week to 10 days. So the winning run is in scoring position with 2 out in the bottom of the 10th. The Dodgers and Giants are tied at 2. Of the year. And Jarrett Parker, who has had a week with the Giants the way Seager has had a month with the Dodgers. And Trevor Brown is the winning run with 2 out. Bottom half of the 10th. Parker tonight, though, 0 for 3 and a walk, struck out 3 times. To short, Rollins with the backhand, throws to first, and we will play on to the 11th. 1 pitch, Avilan gets the job done. Through 10, tied at 2. single to center. Gonzalez would single to right. Justin Turner laid down a perfect sacrifice bunt. Andre Ethier with the ground out fielder's choice would tie the score at 2. Why defying the odds? Well, the Giants this year, when leading after 8, were 73-3. And the Dodgers this year, when trailing after 8, were 2-55. So indeed, they defied the odds. Here's Romo to pitch in the 11th. And Scott Schebler is going to lead it off for the Dodgers. It'll be Schebler, Turner, and Ethier against Sergio Romo. Schebler, the Iowa farm boy, swings and misses, and it's 0-1.
Come off the bench, you look for the first straight hard thing you can hit, and it ended up being a changeup. Pulled the string on him early.
Romo on 0-1 to Schebler. Through the middle into center field for a base hit. Scott Schebler has very good speed. And so he is the lead run.
Breaking ball, and he just drives it right on the middle, stays right on it, front shoulder stays in, and just hits it right back past Romo through that semi-shifted defense.
Turner sacrificed in his last at-bat in the 9th. What does Mattingly have him do in the 11th? Showing no signs of bunt on the first pitch. The hard-throwing right-hander Hunter Strickland is warming up now for San Francisco. Pedro Baez and Kenley Jansen about to go to work for the Dodgers in their bullpen. 1 ball, 1 strike. Justin Turner. Dodgers looking to close out the Giants tonight. San Francisco wants to live to see another game. After tonight, 6 games remain. Turner 1 for 5 against Romo in his career. Ethier on deck. Utley to follow. Turner tonight 0 for 3 in the sacrifice. Ethier 1 for 4 and drove in the tying run in the 9th.
You're going to play hit and run. 2-1 right here is a pretty good time.
Short lead for Schebler, not going. Turner grounds it foul. 2-2. A little different atmosphere than the weekend in Colorado.
The Dodgers have played really, really good baseball here tonight. And this is not what we saw in Colorado. This team looks focused and precise.
Tonight they're sitting at the grown-ups table. 2-2 to Turner.
Big pitch right here, because 2-2, if Justin Turner can work it to 3-2, you almost are completely out of the double play, because you probably start Schebler 3-2,
who has very good speed.
And then it turns into a run and hit situation.
The 2-2 to Turner. Big slow breaking ball into short right.
Against Romo, you're telling yourself, make him get the ball up, make him get the ball up. Well, he got the ball up, but it was a frisbee, and it was up there and got him out front.
And now Ethier stepping in. Ethier just 1 for 8 in his career. 125 against Romo.
Andre's swing right now. He's been out in front of a lot of balls the last 3 or 4 days when he's been playing, but he's been hitting for power. With a man on first, he can use that hole.
Into center field. Pagan can't get it. Schebler holds at second. Ethier with his second hit of the night.
Andre Ethier does a really nice job not trying to do too much with this ball. Takes a nice, solid, easy swing, releases the top hand to get a little extension on this off-speed pitch. Stays with it, keeps the barrel on plane. Doesn't hit a fly ball, but he hits a humpback liner with Pagan playing no doubles. It falls in.
Bruce Bochy out of the dugout. Strickland coming in. And Romo's night is over. Utley with a chance to be the hero with Schebler at second, Ethier at first, 1 out, top of the 11th. Dodgers and Giants are tied at 2. Retiring about how he throws. He throws hard, harder, and hardest. His 55th appearance, an ERF 254. And he will be facing Chase Utley. With Scott Schebler at second base, the lead run, Ethier is at first base. 1 out in the top half of the 11th inning. Utley 0 for 4. Fouls it back, and it's 0-1. Strickland at 98.
Chase Utley has always had a short and quick swing, sometimes referred to as fast as hummingbird wings. He can get the bat around on anybody's fastball.
A.J. Ellis is on deck. No balls and a strike. 97, and it's 1-1.
With Romo, you say get the ball up. With Strickland, you say get the ball down.
Strickland drafted by the Red Sox in the 18th round back in 2007. The Red Sox to the Pirates to the Giants. Here's the 1-1. Strike on the outside corner at 98. 1-2. Strickland is the 6th Giant pitcher of the night. The 1-2.
The fans are umpiring with their heart, and they're booing because they thought that one was a strike. But this ball is off the plate by an awful lot.
Paul Nart, the home plate umpire, in his 15th big league season. 52 and from Louisville. On 2-2. Utley to second base. Tomlinson. Crawford to first. Double play. Dodgers threaten and fail to score. We'll go to the bottom half of the 11th inning. Duffy, Posey, and Crawford will be coming up. This is going to be his 50th appearance, an ERA at 3.5. He has struck out 59 in nearly 49 innings. But he's going to be facing Matt Duffy, Buster Posey, and Brandon Crawford.
And Charlie, you're right. It's not going to be easy. I think he will face the first two hitters, but with the action in the bullpen after Posey comes Crawford, and I think J.P. Howell will be the one that's getting hot for Crawford.
Baez has never faced Duffy. Posey, who's on deck, is 2 for 3 against him. Duffy tonight 0 for 3 and a walk. Posey 1 for 4. Crawford 1 for 2 and 2 walks. Duffy has got as good a chance as anybody to win the National League Rookie of the Year award. Leads all rookies with 163 base hits. In the hole into left field for a hit. The winning run is aboard. Didn't take long, did it?
Pedro Baez got to erase the memory of his last outing. Just won a third of an inning, gave up a run. It was earned. And right here, he throws hard. It's a hard fastball. It's also a hard breaking ball. He does have a changeup, but Duffy and Posey are both sitting dead red.
And through the heart of the plate, Duffy with the leadoff hit. And here is Buster Posey. Again, the Giants are playing for their season tonight. Dodgers just want to close this thing out. They've been stuck in the mud at 2 for a while. Posey 1 for 4. Ruggiano very deep in left. One ball and no strikes. Crawford on deck, and then Bird.
Buster Posey's last at bat, when the ball was away, he took it. The first thing he saw in the inner half was a slider from Nicasio, and he hit the double down the line. I think with Baez, he's going to look for something inside too.
Kike Hernandez in center field deep and shaded toward right. That's Ruggiano in left, Hernandez in center, Ethier in right field. Chase Utley shaded toward second. 1-0 to Posey. 1-1, 97.
Outfield depth in this situation is a big decision, because if you play deep enough for no doubles, then a routine base hit, you probably end up with first and third, and now you've got a man on third and no out. So do you play shallow enough to cut the runner at first from getting to third, or do you play deep enough to prevent a double from beating you?
Posey at 323. Two balls and a strike. Madison Bumgarner waits in the shadows for tomorrow night. Clayton Kershaw will pitch for the Dodgers. Dodgers desperately want to make tomorrow night's game, relatively speaking, irrelevant. But they've got to get through the bottom of the 11th here. Slowly hit to third. Seager to Utley on to first. There will be no throw. Taken out. Clean hard slide by Duffy. So now 1 out. And Posey takes over at first.
Corey Seager comes up as a rookie, is an offensive star, gets shifted over to third base to keep his bat in the lineup, and has been flawless both at shortstop and at third base. Chase Utley eats that ball. Even though he goes through the motion of thinking he's going to turn two, he realizes it's going to be a risky throw, does not want to throw it away and move the batter runner to second base, eats it, and gets the out.
So the left-hander, J.P. Howell, is coming in with the lefty, Brandon Crawford, coming up. 1 out, 1 on, bottom of the 11th. We are still tied at 2. Brandon Crawford. Posey at first base. Does not have great speed. Doesn't matter to Crawford whether it's a left-hander or a right-hander facing him. "20 home runs on the year." Howell delivers a strike, and it's 0-1. The Dodgers have used 23 players tonight. The Giants a mere 15. Mattingly and Wallach have been busy. Crawford, 1 for 2, 2 walks, takes outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Crawford at 259. Nice play by Turner. There is 1 and 2. A 3-6-1 double play begun by Justin Turner. Looks like the Giants may want to get a replay review here. So everybody staying on the field at least for the moment. What a spectacular play turned in by Turner.
Take a look here. I'm not sure J.P. Howell thinks they got him because he's staying on the mound. And the Giants have just given it up and they say, nope, he was out.
First base umpire Dana DeMuth, and that is that. So Turner begins it and Howell ends it. And will go to the 12th. So we head to the 12th inning, and some folks are staying up late, but well worth it. What a ball game tonight. Again, the Dodgers would like to close out and win their 3rd consecutive Western Division title. They have never gone to the postseason 3 years in a row. And the Giants trying to stave off elimination. A.J. Ellis leading off the 12th and takes a strike, 0-1. This is A.J.'s first at-bat. And he's been a new man since the middle of June. One ball and 1 strike. Hunter Strickland induced Utley to bounce into an inning-ending double play in the 11th. There's nobody warming up in either bullpen. If the Dodgers take the lead, you'll see Kenley Jansen get loose in a hurry. 1-2 to Ellis.
AJ's got good memories of playing in Northern California. Last time we were here playing Oakland, he hit the big home run to left field to save Clayton Kershaw's game. Shown extra power of late since the bat has gotten hot.
Kershaw goes tomorrow against Bumgarner. 2-2. One of the reasons we're tied at 2 in the 12th. Dodgers 1 for 9 tonight, runners in scoring position, and the Giants are 1 for 8. So two of the best left-handers in the game, maybe the two best left-handers, outside of perhaps Chris Sale over in the American League tomorrow.
That's a battle of titans, those two giants going after it. That is a great, great matchup.
Mets did not play tonight. Ellis fouls it back.
I'll tell you what, if the Dodgers do win tonight, it's going to be a shock when the champagne's going over every player's head, because it has had plenty of time to get cold. 12 innings of ice.
Got about 200 and something bottles of champagne that bounced their way from Denver to San Francisco last night.
You know, in some way, it's been 5 days of ice.
2-2 to Ellis. This is quite an at-bat. Next pitch will be the 7th. Ruggiano on deck, and then Kike Hernandez. Each team has used 6 pitchers tonight. And the 2-2.
That swing and foul ball right there tells me that A.J. Ellis's mechanics are so much better. That's a ball that used to beat him all the time in there on his hands. And now at least he's still up there fighting it off. Opened the front shoulder up a little bit more. He's got 2 eyes on the pitcher and tracking the ball better. The hips and the knees are all flexible, and he looks really good at the plate.
Ellis beginning the 12th. Wow.
Really good swing. Shorter, more compact, quick, right on that slider. Look at the hands never leave the area where the path is of the bat is going. He's got those things loaded and locked and short. That's great.
Ellis leading off the 12th. 6 home runs, 18 runs batted in. Takes outside. 3-2.
Your mechanics as a hitter are really good, and you know you're short and quick to the ball. You have more time to read the pitch, and that turns out to be a good take.
Ellis has walked 30 times this year. He's been struck out 36. 345 on base percentage. Now the 3-2 from Strickland. Into center field. Pagan heading on back. In front of the wall. Makes the catch.
You hit it to the warning track in this ballpark, it's a home run. A lot of other places. It's cold here now, damp. This ball is absolutely crushed. But AT&T keeps it right here.
First out of the 12th. Justin Ruggiano stepping in. Ruggiano came into the game in the 8th. And a easy fly ball to right. Two out, and Kike Hernandez.
2 out, nobody on. Home run power at the plate. I wouldn't be surprised if Kike Hernandez cuts it loose on the first swing right here, swinging for the downs. This is when you're really allowed to let it open up and swing for the home run.
Missed 26 games with the hamstring, activated this morning. First pitch he saw in the 10th. Got a base hit. Takes outside. Slider, 1 ball, no strikes.
Giants thinking the same thing. 2 out, nobody on. The only thing that hurt me is a home run ball right here. So a dead fastball hitter with strength. Spin it to him.
Parker, Pagan, and Bird in the outfield. And a line drive past a diving Crawford into center field. And Kike Hernandez takes the big turn. He's 2 for 2.
Howie Kendrick, when he came back off the DL, he started to hit right as he fell out of bed. And Kike Hernandez is doing the same thing. Just drove the ball in the 6th hole in his first at bat. Drives the ball back up the middle on the 2nd at bat.
Jeremy Affeldt is going to work in the bullpen. And so Kike Hernandez, again, we said at the time he injured the hamstring a month ago, had essentially taken over the starting center field job. But he pulled up lame, missed 26. He's back, 2 for 2. What he is an energy source. He's just one of those guys that he brings life to the party. Now Jimmy Rollins. Hernandez a short lead. George Contos now out of the Giant dugout, off to the bullpen down the left field line. 2 out in the 12th, tied at 2. It's been tied at 2 since the 9th inning. And Rollins, is he going to beat it? Out! From here, it looked like Posey's foot may have been off the bag. And Mattingly is saying, hold on a minute. Let's have a look here.
Does a nice job getting off the mound quickly because they had the shift on Jimmy, so there was nobody home there at third, really. And Posey does look like he might barely keep the toe on there. This might be a better angle to see. Don Mattingly has given it up. He says he's out. We move on, Charlie.
By a cleat. So we'll go to the bottom half of the 12th, still tied at 2. Yimi Garcia making his 58th appearance. An ERA of 3 1/4. Opposing hitters hitting barely 200 against him. But that 8 home run figure has been a daunting task for him this year.
We're already past the number of players that really could play in a regular season game as far as before the rosters are expanded, because normally you have 4 starting pitchers sitting on the bench. And there's really only about 20 players that you normally can call on.
Marlon Byrd leads it off. The last time we saw Garcia was on Saturday, and Carlos Gonzalez hit a walk-off home run. So Byrd, Tomlinson, and Brown. Byrd tonight, 1 for 4 and a run scored. Fouls it off, and it's 0-1. Adam Libator is now warming in the Dodger bullpen. Here's a big fella from Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania. Big slider, and Byrd comes up empty.
After getting swept in Colorado, it was a rather muted celebration of rookie dress-up flying here to San Francisco, but the guys did go through the traditional dress, and it was a wrestling theme.
Corey Seager was dressed as the Ultimate Warrior. Oh, somebody had the Hulk Hogan look.
It's a pretty good choice of costume for Corey Seager. Ultimate Warrior, the way he's been playing.
And a leadoff hit for Byrd in the 12th.
Well, it gets by Jimmy not because he played it poorly, but he tried to play it the riskiest way to get Marlon Byrd out. So he went for the slide and the pop-up and a quick backhand. He could have definitely gloved it, but he might have ended up in a posture where there was no way to get Byrd. Goes for the slide and pop-up. Didn't get it.
Just under the glove. And now Tomlinson. Swinging away. Takes a strike. 0-1. Corey Seager at third base. Inside the cutout.
Corey's going to get the back up. Bench coach Tim Wallach, veteran at third base, motioning him to back up now that he saw that Tomlinson was not squaring.
Nothing in 2. Tomlinson singled in the second. Has since struck out and bounced out a couple of times. Trevor Brown, who is on deck, knocked in the Giants' only runs of the game back in the second inning. Garcia on 0-2. Into right. Ethier can't get it. Byrd will go to third. And the Giants are in business, first and third, and nobody out.
I don't care how hard you throw it. I don't care what count you're in. You've got to hit a spot. 0-2. Fastball right down the middle. The difference between thinking your location is most important or velocity is more important. That was a mistake.
The entire infield meeting.
So we've seen Don Mattingly employ a 5-man infield. Usually when he does that, Andre Ethier is the one that comes in.
But neither Mattingly nor Honeycutt are out there. Now here comes Mattingly. Trevor Brown, who knocked in both San Francisco runs way back in the second inning, is coming up.
He's going to bring Kiki Hernandez in, I think, as his 5th infielder now. A more versatile piece, used to playing in the infield.
And he'll get another glove.
When the outfield was Jock and Yasiel Puig and maybe Andre Ethier, Ethier would be the one that comes in. But now with this choice here, we'll go with Kike.
So the Dodger outfield will consist of Ruggiano in left center and Ethier in right center. In the bottom of the 12th, Bird is the game-winning run. And for the Giants, their season surviving run. Trevor Brown out of Valencia and UCLA. Utley and Turner on the right side. Hernandez, Rollins, and Seager on the left side. Nobody out. Outside and low, 1 ball and no strikes. Bottom of the 12th, tied at 2. 2 balls and no strikes.
A lot of communication going on in the infield. Everybody in kind of rare places, especially when you have 5 guys. Corey Seager doesn't play much third base, talking to Jimmy Rollins. Jimmy Rollins talking to Kike. If my ball's hit to the left or the right, what do? Chase Utley helping Kike.
Turner's inside the grass on the first base side. 2-1.
He's the only one that doesn't need to be involved with communication. He's on an island over there, pretty much playing all the way in.
Kike Hernandez pressed right into service after missing a month. A couple of hits tonight, center field, now in the infield. The 2-1 is low and inside, 3-1. Tomlinson goes to second base on defensive indifference. Left-handed hitting Alejandro Diaz on deck.
Well, the Giants can go on contact now because you'll have a runner at third and 1 out to get the guy at home.
Slowly hit to third. Well, that's the first out of the 12th inning. Now here comes Diaz.
Breaking ball from Yimi Garcia, getting it away. It was slightly up, but it's at least off the end of the bat, away.
So Mattingly's coming out of the dugout, and Adam Libator. It is his game. With second and third, 1 out, bottom of the 12th. Dodgers and Giants are tied at 2. And he will be facing second and third. And one out in the bottom of the 12th as soon as Diaza was announced. In came Libator, and Diaza is going to bat for himself.
I think Bruce Bochy elected to not go on contact with the second and third no out, because if you go on contact, get the guy at home, and you move up the runners, you end up in a first and third situation here, and then the double play can get the Dodgers out of the inning. So he elected to hold Marlon Byrd and keep his second and third in order.
Hernandez, Utley, and Turner on the right side of the infield. There is nobody in right field. Alejandro Diaza takes a breaking ball from Libator for a strike, and it's 0-1.
So the Dodger scouting report is pull on the ground, 3 on the right side in the infield, and opposite field in the air.
Diaza, trade deadline acquisition for the Giants. Second and third, 1 out, 2-2, bottom of the 12. And the Giants live to see another day. In to score is Bird on the sacrifice fly by Alejandro Diaza. And the Giants win in 12-3-2. The Dodger magic number remains at 2. The Lexus play of the game, what else? Alejandro Diaza's pinch hit sacrifice fly. Dodger magic number still 2. The lead over San Francisco is 5 with 6 to play. And the Dodgers champagne will remain on ice for at least another night. So that's a wrap for us from AT&T Park in San Francisco. For Alana Rizzo and Oral Hershiser, Charlie Steiner saying good night and goodbye. Now we'll send it back to Access Sportsnet Dodgers, brought to you by Nissan. And we'll talk to you again tomorrow night.